Good morning, everybody. This is the Committee of Conference on Senate Bill 381. Welcome, everyone. We don't have any names, do we? Any name tag?
You want us to introduce our names?
Sure.
Let's start with the senators.
Senator Prentice, you want to just say your name? If you get
Senator Prentice, District 5.
Senator Hennessy, District 1.
Senator Ward, District 8.
Representative Rick Ladd, Haverhill.
Representative Glenn Cordelli, Carroll, District 4.
Representative Deb Hobson, Rockingham 35, and my colleague Melissa Litchfield, Brentwood. Oh, my gosh.
Thank you. So we are here to discuss 381 with the amendment that we have, which has changed the original bill to take the educational responsibilities out from the child advocate and putting it in with the advocate for special education. Any comments?
Well, I believe that's the only change in this. If you look at the side-by-side, it's just on that last page.
Right.
Where you'll see that. So, of course, the House is in the position where we support the amendment that was presented in 1851, or 1857H, by deleting the term education in both of those sections, 2 and 3.
Thank you. Any other comments? Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say that I completely agree with the special advocate for special education, or the child advocate for special education. I just have concerns either in the long term about removing education from the child advocate's charge, in that what happens if there's a child who has an issue in education that doesn't have to do, isn't part of special education. So I just have I'm a little nervous about removing the whole charge for education from the office. I suppose that we can address that in the future and figure out how to word it appropriately of what they would be looking at. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Representative Lai, do you have a response?
Representative Cordelli put his hand up.
Okay, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Senator Ward. I think that this provision was added just as clarifying language. I think it's questionable looking at the child advocate statute to say that they have any responsibilities in education. I think it's, if you look at the definitions within that statute, clearly it's centered on Department of Health and Human Services and DCYF and juvenile justice issues. But since the question was raised about education, I think that this language was agreed to by certain senators, as well as, not all, as well as the House Finance Committee.
Any other comments? Senator Hennessy.
I just have a question for the House members. In the new section 3 that's been added on page 7, it says, it talks about access to records, and it deletes access for the Office of Child Advocate to education records. Does that mean that if the child advocate is looking into helping a child, that they wouldn't have access to see if a child is being present in school, that they wouldn't have access to delinquency reports, or if one parent, if somebody has split custody and there may be an issue with one of the parents, that one parent doesn't bring the child to school, they wouldn't be able to have access to that information?
Who would like to respond to that?
Well, I will. As Representative Cordelli just mentioned, the agency which you're talking about is a very young agency. It's only 4 years old. And it works specifically with DCYF, children that are institutionalized and out-of-home placements, and deals with the court and adjudication cases for delinquency. I believe they maintain that authority. We're talking about the matters of special education and education, and the agency itself, when they spoke at our hearing and delivered written testimony, and this is a quote, "We also lack the level of expertise that 381 represents in a new agency. The office discovered that 381 does address a shortcoming in the office's performance to date. And my concern is over the last 4 years, we've had a number of students and number of parents that have been aggrieved and overwhelmed by the special education process, of which they have had no resolve other than to spend their own dollar and not seeing the results that are due them for an adequate IEP, adequate special education service. So I don't see that the department's going to lose, the agency's going to lose their authority to work in cases of institutionalized, situations, dealing with those that are under 21 that are incarcerated, let's say in a county correctional facility. And of course, the IEP is still to be delivered by the sending district or the district in which the student is from. So I don't see this changing. I see that it's a collaborative effort now between the Department of Education and that agency to act on behalf of these parents that are so hurting.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Senator. If you look at the Child Advocate Statute, it is clear that it talks about state departments and agencies. There is no reference made to local school districts anywhere in the statute. And even in the section here in section 3, it says records of any child receiving services from an executive agency. The Department of Education does not provide direct services to any child. So I would not even see this provision about records applying to local school district records. So I don't think that it would have any effect on the work of the child advocate. I think that this would apply to records maintained by the department, such as assessments and so forth like that, that are in the state database. But I don't see it applying to records for a child maintained in a local school district.
Thank you. Senator Hennessy, did you have your?
Yeah, I just want to thank Representative Cordelli for clarifying that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Prentice, did you?
Thank you, Senator Ward. So, I mean, when we worked on this on the Senate side, education, when we talk about, education was left. If it's not special education, it was intentionally left in the office of the child advocate, correct?
It has been taken out.
It's been taken out now
Taken out. In the amendment, it's taken out of the child.
on the House amendment.
Yes.
Okay, but not on the Senate side. So on the Senate side, because there's a different, this is how I view it. There's the Office of the Child Advocate, and what we're creating here is a separate, but yes, to Representative Ladd's point, a collaborative entity that deals, it's an advocate for special education. And not all issues that deal with education, which I know the Child Advocate's Office does hear about sometimes because it's in the public hearing report, are education related. Those aren't all special education. So that's the separation of the two. So I want to hold firm on keeping it as we set it up in, as was as we set it up in the Senate, to really address that, the separation of the two. I think the special education office is been designed to deal with all of those parents and families that have, as has already been stated by Representative Cordelli and Representative Ladd, have not had the independent attention, assessment and attention that they need. This is a very intentional, deliberative movement to not just carve out, but to give those families and their children really we teed them up for this last year with, I think it was either 518, I think it was 518. Yeah, 581 or 518, I might have the number switched. We've teed up this conversation to actually put the parents front and square and give them, the parents and the children, the voice that they need on the special education side. So I just don't see all education issues being special education issues. I'd prefer to keep the two clean. I hear the point about the records, but that's, when I look at the House version of this, it amends what we worked on in the Senate. And so that's where I'd like to plant my flag and further the discussion, unless I am missing something, which is possible, especially I have not even really dug into my coffee yet. In fairness.
That amendment came through because somebody with experience and having dealt with the COA, the child advocate, over the years had discovered that they did absolutely nothing for the children with problems with their families. They were always sort of shuttled off somewhere. And having sat through the 581 hearings last year, it was obvious that parents were desperate for somebody to listen to them and to talk to and who worked on their behalf. And that did not happen through the child advocate. They didn't do anything. And that's where this special education advocate came through. Yes.
So follow up. So in part, you've made my point. Yes, in the Office of the Child Advocate, parents have felt who have brought educational issues, not all our special education, those two, to that office have not felt served well. That is a part of why this independent entity has been created. And I feel that I believe that it's enough that we are on record as a legislature putting these two entities separate but collaborating and pointing out where the deficiencies are, that we have, not that this should be about the person, but we have a new head of the Office of Child Advocate, and now is time to firm up their original charge. So parents should be getting a service on general education issues, but special education is on the other side. Okay, so I don't know where to go any further on that. I just want to make that point.
Okay. Further discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Hennessy?
Senator Prentice said it much more clearly than I did, because I have the same concern. So to the House members who support the House amendment, where would a student go or a family go if there were issues in education that were not being addressed by someone in education that were not special education related? Because we've created new special education advocate, but we have not created anything for other issues in education, which, if we agree to the House's amendment, leaves a hole in protection of kids who have education related issues that are not special education related issues.
May I?
Certainly.
Under the statutes for education, we have a process for parents to appeal and go forward with issues which are non-special education issues, which there's an appeal process that goes directly to the State Board of Education. And there's also an availability to go to the court system as well. I see that, and from my understanding and through the hearing process, that this bill right here, which takes the issue of education away from the Child Advocate Office, is primarily dealing with special education services, and that is where these questions and this appeal process and need for help is occurring. It's not occurring on the other side of the slate. Those are being dealt with internally through the department, through their staff. They have an appeal process right to the State Board of Education, and from there it can go even further to the courts. So I don't believe at this point in time that this bill should be held up due to this question right here. I think we're going to see over the next several years. And if there is an issue which arises, we can address that. But I think it's important that we move forward with the bill as it's amended by the House to assist these parents, which are kids in fourth grade just once. They're 9 years old just once. If we miss it, we miss it, and the child is hurt. So I think we need to act now.
Thank you. Senator Prentice.
Thank you very much, Chair, Senator Ward. Representative Ladd, I agree with you. I just think that we are, I think that what we're doing is saying it's okay that the Office of the Child Advocate doesn't do their job when it comes to general education issues. And why can't we take the stand now and maybe even firm up the language, as I believe we have the authority to in this committee, that make sure that charge is clear at this point? Because there's no better time than to go on the record, make it clear, and move forward. I'm not looking to hold this up for the children with special education. What I don't want to do is see the two mixed to a point where the work that we have focused on with setting up this entity becomes, and when I say diluted, it's not to be disrespectful. I'm just saying there's a purpose here, and we're trying to take a little out of here and put it over here without actually holding that office accountable for the work that they need to do for education. That's, again, where I'm digging in my heels. So I'm looking for a way out of this that can work for all of us.
Senator Upton.
I'm not a senator, but I'd like to think maybe someday. I just wanted to talk about the amendment because I was there for that conversation with the chair of finance. It seems to me that her initial, and I shouldn't speak for her, but maybe Glenn could help. Her initial concern was that there would be a position, a physical position under the Office of Child Advocate if we left that language in there. And that would be confusing to special education parents who are trying to get away from the inefficiencies of that department earlier. The other thing that I wanted to mention, so whether or not it's a position, and I also think that it would cause confusion for parents. I agree with Chairman Ladd that there are plenty of avenues for people to take if they feel their child who is not receiving special education services to approach either local district teachers, principals, building supervisors, and superintendents. So it's the special education children that we're looking to serve.
Thank you. Further discussion? Are you ready to vote on the bill?
Well, we have to vote separately. You know, the House and the House is ready to vote amongst themselves. All those in favor of the bill as
We'll have a
presented
separate
by the House
conversation.
on the Senate side?
Can we caucus? Hold on,
Anybody
time out,
opposed?
time out. Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
Excuse me, Representative Ladd. I did the timeout because I just was being reflexive. Is there an opportunity for the senators to have a quick caucus on this?
Sure.
Okay, with all due respect, you know, I feel we're all colleagues. I know we have these titles, but I'd just like to talk to those I've worked with on this issue for a few months, and then let's come back to the table. Okay, sound good?
We'll have a recess for 2 minutes.
Everyone says 2 minutes, but it's really 20.
No, we have a caucus, it's recess, you don't know.
Okay. We'll have a caucus. We'll go out there, and there is a room out there.
All right, I'm bringing my coffee because I'm like slightly. Yep.
No, they're half hour each.
So I think we are ready to vote. The House will vote. You want to take your caucus?
Yeah, we support the House version
With the amendment,
with the amendment.
okay?
Anybody opposed?
This one, two, three. Okay, the Senate? How does the Senate session vote? Senator Hennessy?
I will accede to the House's position.
I will accede to the House's position.
I'll accede to the House position.
So we're done?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Senator.
We are done with it.
Thank you, senators.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That takes,
Thank you.
finishes up Senate Bill 381.
Yeah, I am, sorry. I'm just sitting here because I can see everybody. I can't, the chair's too low, I can't see. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's SB 420. And the title is Establishing an Extraordinary Need Grant for Schools and relative to eligibility for the education tax credit.
She needs one too.
And I will have Senator Hennessy speak to it because she's been the one working on it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Ladd has an amendment for us to look at. The House, in my understanding, made 3 changes to SB 420. One, they did a technical fix, which if you're looking at the side-by-side is on page 3. 2, they added a reporting component for the extraordinary need grant for districts. And 3, they increased the eligibility criteria for the tax credit program from 300% to 500%. Representative Ladd, if you will talk to us about your amendment that you have proposed for the wording of the reporting requirement for the school districts that receive the extraordinary need grant. And I want to thank Representative Ladd for coming up with this option. It was my understanding that the way the wording had come out of the House, that this may require each district that accepts a grant to spend approximately $35,000 to come up with a plan, and then additional funding for the department would be needed as well. So I believe Representative Ladd's amendment has addressed those funding
Yeah,
issues.
I'll read this so that everybody's aware of where we are. We had in the House version an accountability plan for a school district, and a school district's eligible to receive the extraordinary need grant. This concept, this idea initially came out of the task force we had on school funding back in 2018. This amendment reads, in order to receive an extraordinary need grant, the eligible school district shall provide a plan to the Department of Education outlining how the district intends to use grant award funds to improve the educational achievement and growth of students. The extraordinary need grant plan shall include an accountability component designed to generate data that measures student academic achievement and growth of knowledge and skills in reading and language arts and/or mathematics at what grade levels funds will be used. The school district shall develop and administer its own grant accountability assessment that identifies a pupil's range of learning and yields objective data to use in improving instruction and learning, or use the statewide assessment. The school district shall submit to the department an annual grant accountability progress report that includes evidence of satisfactory program implementation and progress towards grant accountability improvement targets. The primary goal of this grant is to improve student achievement and growth and to help school districts to have funding for successful best practice student learning approaches. The amendment that we had initially in the House, this process would have to be approved by the department. That's been taken out. It doesn't require the department to have individuals there to approve it. These are accountability plans that are maintained in the school district. They are submitted to the department. The department does not have to act upon them. They have to receive them. The accountability is located on the local level. And of course, if you have received any grant, you normally have an objective or a goal for that grant. And that establishes that right here. So Madam Chair, that's that amendment right there.
Thank you.
That would be 2005H.
So I need a motion for,
I'll move Representative Ladd's 2005H.
a second. Second, Senator Prentice. Let's see.
Okay, on the House side, the Senate has agreed to that amendment. Is there any discussion on our side? Representative Leno.
Sure. Thanks very much, Representative Ladd and Chair Ward. Would just stepping back before the amendment, is Representative Ladd's House amendment that would have added the enhanced special education grant, is that now out of play?
That was taken up by House Finance.
Right. I recall that. So you're not intending to offer offer that back again today.
From conceptually, I love it,
Yeah?
but it's not in play for this particular meeting right now.
Okay, and then I just want to make sure I understand the purpose of the accountability for the extraordinary need grant, because, now that we're back to the Senator Hennessy's base extraordinary need calculation, I think it's in the $15 million ballpark, something like that, all in, which I think is very similar to the grant that our wealthiest property communities are receiving as part of House Bill 2. So communities like Newcastle and Wolfboro, and Moulton Borough and are receiving really an extraordinary, supplemental grant as part of the budget. And I was wondering if there was an accountability component attached with that grant that goes to the wealthiest communities. So,
Senator Hennessy.
Well,
Senator,
do you want-
Representative Ladd.
I'd like to try to respond to your question here. When we looked at this grant idea back in 2018, that's when it came out. It was, in fact, I believe Representative Weiler was on that particular task force. We identified that those communities, those districts which are in the lower quartile of equalized property valuation per pupil, that we saw a total of 85% of those districts in that quartile were not at the proficiency level in achievement where they needed to be. And we had 15% that were. And then we went to the opposite end, to the communities which have the higher levels of equalized property valuation, over $1 million per pupil. We found it was the opposite. We found that there was 73% of the students there were in the upper two tiers, tier 3 and 4 on the statewide assessment. And they had fewer students in the lower end. So it just reversed. So there is a relationship, and that's what we're trying to identify within this grant, between poverty and achievement. There's a definite relationship there. And by offering this needs grant, I think it parallels the last sentence in this amendment. The primary goal of this grant is to improve student achievement and growth and to help the school district have funding for successful best practices in student learning. So that's the rationale behind this grant. Obviously, it'd be wonderful we had an oil well back and we could really fund it, a lot more than that, but we don't. And the House did have another option within there, and that is the special ed upping the ante for an IEP, weighted in two categories. I believe that through your bill, HB 1680, that will be looked at, and I think it's an area that is of concern to the House, and we will try to come forward with some kind of a change to better support those communities which have needs that won't be met by this particular grant.
okay, thank you.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Senator. The House position is that there needs to be an accountability provision in this legislation, and that this amendment just modifies the process to put the accountability on the local school district rather than getting the State Department of Education involved in approving the plans. So I think that the amendment is in line with the House position.
Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Luna.
So thank you very much, Madam Chair. So Representative Cordelli, would it then make sense to extend this accountability measure to the, with notwithstanding what Representative Ladd said, to the school districts that receive the extraordinary grant as part of almost the same dollars, $15 million, as part of House Bill 2? Would it make sense to extend this?
Are you talking about the swept reduction?
Right, well, there's a SWEP, it was connected with the SWEP reduction, but certain communities, maybe 30-something-ish, receive a $15 million grant that's over and above the cost of an adequate education, that communities like Pittsfield and Berlin and Manchester and Hopkinton and Claremont don't receive. Obviously, I think most people recognize that the state makes sure that every district has a state grant, which consists of the local, the statewide education property tax plus an adequacy grant that comes to the cost of an adequate education. But a few dozen districts are receiving a state grant over and above that as part of House Bill 2. And I guess my question to Representative Cordelli would be, should those districts also be held accountable to the extent that these districts receiving the extraordinary need grant are being, having an accountability provision?
So from the Senate's position, that would not be pertain to the topic of SB 420. And I mean, perhaps there's another bill you could attach that to, but that has nothing to do with the grant program
Okay.
within 420.
So,
Representative Weiler?
okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a new program, so I'd like to see if it works. So we can get some accountability at the local level and then inquire later, rather than try to drag other stuff into it. Let's see if this new program works as we hope it does, and what I think we all did when we put all these things together. So I don't want to complicate it further by dragging in something else. We've only got so much time. I'd like to pass this amendment and then go forward and see how it worked out. I think we saved money by not bringing the Department of Ed into it, because they'd want to add another person or two to evaluate it. This way we could go back to the local district and say, give us a report on how this works. So I support this. I think it's a good idea. You know, I always look for accountability, and we're finally seeing some of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none.
Well, we got to vote on it. Or,
Yes, I was going to ask for a vote on the amendment.
okay, we will do that right now.
Okay.
All right, is there any objection to this amendment by the House members? All in favor? Aye. Aye. We're good with it, Senator?
Okay, the Senate side?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Thank you. So we have voted in the amendments.
Madam Chair, I'd like to accede to the House's position on, if you look at the side-by-side, page 3, their RSA 83F language change.
What page is that on? Senator?
Page 3.
Page 3, okay. Okay,
Is that section 4 you're looking at?
yes.
Yes.
Section 3 and 4?
There was a request of the department to correct it. It's a technical fix in the language of the bill.
You said on page 3?
Yeah.
Oh, on the side-by-side.
Oh.
I see.
I have a sheet that I received from the DOE. It's an email communication from them. I will share with the committee so people can see what has been recommended by them. This came to us back in April 16th, and it was resolved in the House, went forward, but this explains why the department's asking that this be done.
Are you ready to take a vote on this change?
I think that the House conferees are ready.
Senate? Aye.
Yes.
Okay, so we
We're
are all
good.
set
We're good.
with that
That's-
change?
That's on 1761. Okay.
What did you just say?
Well, it was the 1761H that we amended the bill with. It's in the bill. It's in the version, House version.
Okay.
And then, Madam Chair, I would like to recommend that we take the Senate's position on and not include the House's change on page 4 of the side-by-side, new section 4, which raises the annual household income from 300% to 500% of federal poverty guidelines for the education tax credit.
Have that. Would you like to maintain the 300?
Yes, so I would ask that we remove that from SB 420.
Number of the section again?
So page 4,
Page 4,
section 4 at the bottom of page
bottom
4.
of the sheet. There, on the right-hand side. I've got page 4.
That's the only mention. Process of household income, right?
Yes.
This is the education tax credit we're talking about.
That's okay. It was one we were gonna go to 500% versus 300%.
Correct.
So you ready to vote on that change? Senator Representative Cadelli?
Thank you. I was just curious as to the senator's reasoning for removing this provision.
Sure. I do not remember the bill that came before Senate Finance, the House bill that this was originally included in, but my recollection of our conversations in Senate Education was that there was no provisions for the kids that were currently within the 300% to ensure that they would be protected from kids at 500% taking their scholarships. Additionally, there was no understanding of the Ways and Means impact of the putting up to 500%. We also had an option of increasing the amount of tax credit that was coupled with that. So the Senate just was not ready didn't think the state was ready to move from 300 to 500% at this time.
The House
I think
Opinion?
he has follow-up question.
Representative Cadelli?
Thank you. Yes, I would just mention that the law related to the tax credit scholarship program, RSA 77G, does currently and will provide that at least 40% of the scholarships go to children whose family poverty level is related to the 185% free and reduced lunch. So that would remain in effect.
Thank you. Thank you for clarification, Representative. I believe our concern was the 185 to 300% children that are currently part of this program that would be competing with the scholarships with children whose parents made $125,000 a year, approximately.
Yes.
Currently, I believe it's the family of 4 at a 300% level be earning around $111,000. That's what I understand from getting on the web and just looking last night. The 300%, excuse me, at 400%, it's $111,000. At 400%, it's $111,000. At 300%, it's $83,250. Is there any room for the Senate to look at and try to do this incrementally rather than one giant leap for mankind here from 300 to 500%? Is there any room for an in-between figure of 400% or 350%? And doing this incrementally over the years.
I mean, from 300 to 350 to 400 to 450. More.
Or just picking a figure to lesser than the 500% right now. 350% would be $97,125 versus the $83,250 right now. Roughly a difference of $14,000.
Senator Hennessy's making a calculation. Representative Luna.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I've got very serious concerns about this for a couple of reasons. There's certainly the current eligibility threshold of 300% of the poverty guideline applies to both the EFA program as well as the tax credit scholarship program. And I think provisions of the EFA program allow a student to be a recipient of both of those state grants. So for a number of reasons, that exist, that to keep that eligibility in sync with each other. But I think the bigger picture is that both programs were established with one of the objectives being to provide access to resources for lower income families so that they can have choices to expanded choices to go to private schools. In fact, there was an editorial or an op-ed piece in the Concord Monitor this morning from Mr. Mandola and Warner that expressed that very same condition and the importance of that in both those programs. So I think it's certainly not related to the subject matter of 420, and I think it may be something that could be the subject of further debate by itself. But it was, as Senator Hennessy pointed out, the subject of an earlier House bill that was considered in the Senate, and I think during that consideration, it also came up that there may have been more than 600 income eligible students whose families are below that 300% line that are on a waiting list at the scholarship organization. So I think let's do what Senator Hennessy suggested, which is really understand what the revenue, what the ways and means impact would be on this to get the program working for all the students that are applying right now before we go and expand this to families of four that are earning. I think the 500% number is somewhere close to $140,000 a year. So let's get this working for where it is right now.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Representative Padari.
Thank you. First of all, the House position is that we want to increase the family income threshold for the tax credit scholarship program. Secondly, this past year, talking about the lower income students, even though the law requires at least 40% going to the low and free and reduced income level students, the amount given to those students this past year was actually 68%. So every consideration is given to the lower income students getting the scholarships, and I don't think that will change. Secondly, or more maybe thirdly, I'm not sure about the ways and means impact and how that comes into play. the donations made by businesses or individuals to this program could be made to any tax credit program or to anything else. I don't think we can say that donations applied for credits under this program would be revenue to the state under Ways and Means. I think the courts have ruled such.
Thank you. Any further discussion on it? What's the House position on it? You want to maintain the 500, or do you willing to go down to 300?
Well, the House side, we're aware that this is also an item of discussion in HB 1661. As Senator Hennessy also knows that we've had this discussion with the bills which are attached to that. 420 is in play elsewhere and will be heard later on today at 11:30. I'm going to ask that we have a brief caucus for about 5 minutes. Madam Chair, if you will allow that, please.
Yes, I also have another committee hearing at 10 o'clock.
I'm aware, I'm with you there too.
Okay.
So we'll expedite it.
Why don't you?
We'll go out just in the hallway here and behind us.
Okay,
Yeah, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes.
okay.
Madam Chair, we are asking that we recess this meeting until a time we can set for maybe tomorrow afternoon.
Senate agrees? The Senate agrees.
Okay. So can we pick a time? No,
I think we have to, I mean, I have to check to find out what room we can have and what conflicts of getting together we
oh,
have.
let's hope it's over here. It's not air conditioned over there. It's awful.
Can you check for would 2 o'clock work for the House?
We have a 9, a 10, and 11 tomorrow. You have that too. And yeah, afternoon's good anytime in the afternoon.
I have a 1 o'clock, so I could do noon or 2 o'clock.
Do we have a speaker tomorrow?
Yeah, there is one.
Who is it today? The Israeli,
Yeah, the Council General,
right, is that tomorrow at 2?
Yeah, that's tomorrow too.
2 o'clock.
2 to 3:30?
Yeah. Well, we could maybe do this at noon tomorrow.
I'm okay to do it then.
have something at noon?
I thought I did, but then I see I've been replaced by Turcot. I had a 12:15, but I do have an 11.
We have 1627 at 11.
So
12.
12.
If she comes back and says it's good, yeah, it's good with me.
Tentatively, we'll set it for noon tomorrow.
Thank you.
At 5:17. And I will talk to Marie and we'll find out if we can meet in here.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay?
Mhm.
Thank you very much. This ends. Well, I have to find out.
They'll have to post that. We have to have it posted within 24 hours. So. Oh, and not noon? It's noon available. The Council General from Israel is speaking at 2 o'clock. Yeah. Is that today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow. Oh,
Oh, that's today. Thank you. That's good, 2. Yeah, yeah.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Right.
Is that okay, Marie? Do we have a room? Can have this room at noon?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock tomorrow? Tomorrow, okay. Thank you for coming.
We're juggling them around. 205. It's over 205. If the air is not on, we want to come get air somewhere.
My watch says 11 o'clock, so we'll call this joint committee to order. Um, We're here for media conference on Senate Bill 200. There was a press release that went out on Friday, issued by the chair of the House Election Law Committee and myself, that issued a map. The map is out there. It is both on the House Special Committee website and the Senate Special Committee as of this morning, but was available to the press on Friday. And we'll open it up for comments.
Chairman Gray, if I may.
Just hit your button and you may.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Gray. I know both the House and the Senate have been working very hard on this effort, and I want to thank Senator Gray for collaborating with me on the map that was presented on Friday. I have brilliantly, as only Monday morning after Friday the 13th and a full moon can do, left the home with my bag and my computer for all my brilliant detailed comments about this map that we have worked on. But I think from the list of the districts, communities, which has also been released, what we've done is sort of tried to take a look at what has been going on, keeping the Seacoast region together, trying to keep counties together, and trying to create a map that makes some sense. I will tell you that personally, I'm not too thrilled with this map because Manchester and Goffstown go to CD2. But the reality is that I and many of my constituents who have always lived around the edge of the congressional districts find that distinction somewhat difficult to make, because the reality is our congressmen can live in either district, and the issues that the congressmen deal with are really a state level. So again, I want to thank Senator Gray for putting it together and having it available for consideration. I think this moves us on the path to something that we might all be able to agree on. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Barry. I'm told that during the weekend that the deviation that's in the map right now in population is around 150, and that there is a method of getting it down slightly lower than that. Could you at least inform us of the changes that would be needed to do that?
Yes, Senator, give me just a second here. I apologize. Here we go. So I took this map, and for the record, I share many of the concerns as the representative from Goffstown does. And I looked at it from the lens of what has been publicly stated before, the House's position of trying to not split as many counties and obviously keep the deviation low. So if you remove the little town in Grafton that's currently, I don't have it in front of me. It is Bristol. If you take the town of Bristol and you put it back into CD2, and I believe it's the town of Northwood, the towns just to the, it's the town just to the east of Franklin and the town just north of Franklin, and you put those in, you will get a deviation that's even lower, and you'll split one less county. It won't really change any other performances of the district, and I believe the deviation goes to just under 60 at that point. So a little lower deviation, one less county splitting, doesn't really change anything. It's very housekeeping-esque, if you will. I'm happy to send you that. I don't have it prepared for the towns, but I'm happy to send you that if you'd like.
I believe that I put it in here, so if there are additional questions, it may take me a little time to look them up.
It just seemed like a very I don't know, mundane change to achieve another goal of splitting a less county and getting a lower deviation. And
Comments from Representative Lynn, Representative Smith? Comments from the senators, which map, if any, are better?
Mr. Chairman, I think from the outset of this process, we have spent hours upon hours upon hours listening to our constituents. We traveled around the state, and I think it's unfortunate that we find ourselves here at the 11th hour with a map that, although was released late Friday, the public really hasn't had an opportunity to weigh in on. I heard the stated goals of the preparation of this map, but I think it really does a couple disservices to folks, particularly in rural areas. One is to put both of our largest cities into one district. I think that's a problem for a lot of people. It does disrupt what has been the historical nature of the creation of these two districts. And to be clear, I mean, if this is truly an exercise in trying to simply balance population, there is no need for these significant and radical changes. Rather, I had offered a proposal to move the town of Hampstead from one district to another. I certainly would be willing to entertain others. I mean, I think if there's anything, and, I read with great interest the op-ed of our colleague from Manchester as well, about the competitiveness of the districts. I think both districts are competitive. I think they should continue to be. I don't think this major disruption is necessary to achieve that. I also think it's unfortunate that there seems to be a significant difference of opinion that's gone back and forth between various iterations of legislative maps and the governor. And I'm wondering if the governor has had an opportunity, I didn't see anything in the press, to weigh in on whether or not he would even sign this map. Because that is a problem. We do need to be working together, I think, to achieve what is a reasonable, balanced congressional redistricting map. And I don't know that we're there. And I don't know that we can make that determination without further guidance as to whether or not it could even be signed.
Additional comments? Representative Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one of the philosophical differences going through the process was do the least possible because the districts that we have served well. I have not agreed with that and rejected it throughout the process. I mean, I can respect both points of view, but that isn't where I am. I think that we're supposed to try to do something that makes sense now and not hold holy a map that was done when goods were transported on rivers, horse-drawn wagons, and steam trains, and have something that perhaps reflects current reality more. So I don't feel married to what was happened before. I don't believe it's disruptive to change a bunch of towns from one district to another because people will still call their congressman if they need to. It doesn't change the amount of representation that they have. And let's talk about the current map. I don't know if anyone has ever rotated it. If you take the current map and you rotate it 90 degrees to the right, on the left side, you get the dreaded horseshoe that nobody liked when we released an earlier map. You go from Atkinson, which is 20, 30 miles from the coast, far inland, and then you bang a U-E and come all the way back to Deerfield. And if you were to take this rotated map and travel further to your right while looking at it, you have more monstrosities going in and out. So the idea was at least maybe fix that tail that goes all the way to Atkinson, where you have a horseshoe with CD2 surrounding CD1. This accomplishes that. The cities, why would you not want to move the cities in? I did an exercise where I said, you know what? I don't care what politics are about. I'm just going to start at the bottom right corner and try to make a district going in that's contiguous. Because I live about a third of the way up the Vermont border, and it has always annoyed me that Colebrook and Salem are in my district. I get the reality. Everybody lives in the bottom right corner of the state, but still,
So I had Nashua, Manchester, Concord, all in that, and I got this little tiny, very compact district. And the way I tested it was to show it to people who don't particularly care about politics. No list of towns, just the picture. Hey, does this look fair? Does this look like it makes sense? 100% no, that's stupid. Let's not do it. Okay. Manchester's what, over 100,000 people? If you were to put that back into CD1, you're going to drop that northern border of towns that are, 1 to 2 or 3,000 people, a lot of miles south, and you get closer to that thing that people thought looked dumb. And why have a little ball district on the bottom right and another district that is looking at land mass, 80% of the state? And I agree with that. So I don't care about minimal change, and I realize many people disagree with me, but I think that this map makes sense to make CD1 a little larger without going all the way up to the Canadian border, and not having CD2 wrap around it like a horseshoe with the current map twice. Thank you.
Representative Barry.
I just wanted to echo what the representative from Charlestown said, and offer a little pushback to what the senator from Manchester said. This is not just an exercise in balancing. If that's the case, this would be done by a computer. There wouldn't be need for committees. This is about building a map that's best for the state. When I built the I-93 corridor map, I prioritized, admittedly, the economic community that I live in, the I-93 economic corridor. And in doing that, you sacrifice compactness, the look of it, right? And there's a lot of, I don't know how to, there's a lot of deference is given to how something looks, because people, when you have two districts, you basically have one of two options. You can have a district that makes sense, or you can have a district that looks good. Doing both is virtually impossible, especially with given that the fact that the state's population is in no which way evenly dispersed. As an intellectual exercise, I did a north-south map, and it turns out half the population of the state lives south of Manchester. So when you're dealing with that reality, and the problem is we have this has begun to be litigated in the media. And when it's on 30-second and 90-second hits on television and in the newspaper, and all people are doing that is looking at something, they're not looking at all the data and the population that goes into it. They're just making a quick look at it and go, oh, well, that has weird edges. And we move on. So, I'm not a huge fan of this map, but I think this map accomplishes a lot of what the House originally set out to do while factoring in compactness. Which is apparently going to be something that's important. When people look at this, they want to be able to know that it passes a smell test. So personally, I value compactness the least. I think it actually is the thing we should hold the lowest, because it doesn't make sense from a representative point of view. If you want communities of interest and county lines and that sort of stuff, compactness is actually probably the last thing you should consider. But that's, I'm just one person of 400, and I certainly don't have a veto pen, and I'm certainly not a state senator. So we do have to give, and I have to give deference to how something looks, and this map accomplishes that while keeping, this map splits one more county than the House map, and it kind of recognizes a compromise. It's slightly less partisan Republican than what the House originally passed. So once again, another compromise. In the redistricting process, it is ugly, it is political, no one leaves clean. And I would actually venture to say no one leaves happy. So if we get a map where we're all okay and nobody's happy, we've probably done our job.
Anyone else? Okay, to try to answer some of the questions, especially from Senator Susie, has the governor's office been involved? Certainly, we did have a conversation with the governor's office about concepts. One of the things that we did consider when we drew this map is actually breaking the wards in Manchester up. Again, in an effort to take away the horseshoe look of the maps that have been rejected by the governor and other people have complained about.
This map here keeps Manchester together, which is something that people have said that they want to accomplish instead of breaking it up. Right now, will the governor sign it? I am not the governor. And the governor has not expressed an opinion to me, nor has anyone on his staff expressed an opinion to me about whether this map is going to get signed or not signed or be vetoed, because there are three options for the governor. So right now, from what I'm hearing from the House side, is that you do support either this map or the slightly modified map. My conversations with Senator Susie and also Senator Birdsell is that we, on the Senate side, I believe that we have at least 2 votes, for the current maps and or that slight modification. If that's not the case, please tell me now so that we can try to concentrate our efforts on making the distinction between these 2 maps and which one that we want to bring forward. Are there comments on that?
I just want to,
Representative.
thank you, Senator. I want to make reference, there was a proposal that split Manchester in half. I'm glad we did not go that route. While I am not ecstatic at this map of Manchester being in CD2, the thought of splitting the city did not sit well with me. I got the arguments behind it, it can influence 2 congressional seats, and there's merit to that. The city of Manchester belongs in one district. So I'm glad we stayed away from that.
Well, without question, I would agree with my colleague. I mean, certainly splitting up either the city of Manchester or Nashua, I don't think is something that anyone would agree with or necessarily think is a good idea. I think there is some merit. I understand other people have different points of view in the history of having districts that slightly resemble what we already have in place. Manchester and Nashua have always been in separate districts. As I said, it still concerns me that you would have congressional district with the 2 largest cities being proportionately nearly half, 45% of the population, and yet have this huge swath of other towns that are very rural. I don't know that that balance is necessarily a good thing. I mean, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't point out that this clearly puts our 2 incumbent members of Congress into the same district. And I recognize that the district lines are going to be drawn in some manner, and people can live in other districts than they choose to represent. But that is obviously another issue that we hadn't yet talked about. At the end of the day, I'm here to participate. I have participated fully with my Senate colleagues in trying to draw reasonable, fair maps that best represent the interests of the people. I don't think this achieves that goal. And I will continue to remain on the committee for as long as the chair will have me, and certainly advocate for what I think is right, but I just don't think we've achieved a good balance with this map as proposed. I would be interested, though, in hearing what the other town is, Representative. You said moving Bristol to CD2. If there's any way to identify what that other, I'd be curious.
I can now that I have my computer open and my coffee is kicked in. So you take out Bristol and you bring in Andover and Hill from Merrimack County. Hill. Thank you, and I appreciate the indulgence on that, because once again I was a little bit of a late start today. So, but yes, that's all. That's the only swaps you do, and you end up with CD1 having 688,791, and CD2 having 688,738. So roughly 30 some odd on both sides. Total deviation of 60 people.
And just to go back on some of the things that Senator Susie, certainly one of the drivers for looking at splitting up Manchester was to try and keep the two currently elected Congress people in separate districts. You know, and there was just enough opposition to that, including yours, that we decided not to propose that map here. And so at this time, unless there's further comments, we've got 10 more minutes until the next meeting starts here. I would suggest that the House caucus and the Senate caucus and decide on which map the two are planning on supporting, and then get back together just before 11:30 and see if we should go out and actually have the map drafted the way that the two caucuses decide. So with that,
Question?
oh, yes, ma'am.
My hand was up
Take that
before
back.
it went down, so anyway.
Take back my,
I don't actually know this. Where do our two current representatives live?
Hopkinton and Ward 1 in Manchester.
So they live very close to each other.
They live less than 30 minutes apart.
Okay. All right, I didn't know where they lived. Thank you.
and with that, we're on a break for, I guess, a little over 5 minutes.
Can't do it. We're back.
Okay, we're back. I can tell you that the Senate, there are 2 votes in favor of the population, the smaller population deviation, and 1 undecided. I'll put it that way. And the House, and I think that there are differing opinions there. What I would propose to do is to reschedule this for 3 o'clock this afternoon and take a break until then. That would give us time to have both options drafted. And then we can come back at 3 o'clock.
I will need to be substituted. We will have a substitute.
I
You-
cannot be here.
What time can you be here?
I have to leave here by 2:15.
2:15?
Yeah.
Then we can do 2 o'clock. Does that work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for the indulgence.
And any comments before we break? Seeing none? See you at 2.
Thank you. It's just not your running like that.
No, I get that.
Yeah, I think.
We can make a decision.
All right, I am here.
You're not interested in ballot audits? Come on.
I think you wiped out the election, which was a civil issue, and it had a different. I'm not sure that everybody was on the same page.
All right. I think we're all here now.
Well,
All right.
Representative Shirosian.
No,
Representative
Bergeron and Quayle.
Representative
Quayle, McDonald, Bergeron. Yeah.
We only have 3 for some reason.
Oh, there's.
Oh, Representative Bergeron. I just assume you're with me on my side of the table.
Well, the way I was facing this with the left side.
All right. Now, we're here meeting on Senate Bill 366. And I'm one of the ones that suggested the committee of conference. And the reason that I suggested that is that the bill has amended by the House would have all of the ballots in a precinct done if there are multiple AccuVote machines. Certainly when we had the committee that was drafting this and the discussions in the Senate, we tried to avoid that, making sure that there would be adequate boxes available and that the announcement of which machines were going to be audited would be announced sometime during the day, afternoon time, to make it easier for the moderator and the people at the polls to do that. Since then, I am also told that the Secretary of State would like to make a few comments about the plan, and without objection, we'll bring him forward and have him tell you what he thinks.
Mr. Chairman, after reviewing the amended version from the House, there was some wording here that's a little confusing to me, so I just wanted to make sure I understood just exactly what it was. The legislature was asking us to do.
You had to hit the button.
The first one is at the bottom of the first page that I just handed out, where it says Section 3, preliminary audit. And then in the second line, it talks about voting districts. And there really is no, there is no definition for voting district in the statute. And so I thought it would be more clear to say that we're talking about, excuse me, towns or city wards that are using ballot counting devices. And then I changed that language throughout the legislation. The next item was on Section 4 of the bill on the backside, and I highlighted it in yellow. I was just kind of struggling to understand exactly what that sentence meant.
I can tell you what it meant because I'm the one that wrote it and confused everyone. So that we don't get all big towns or all small towns. It was trying to give you the option of saying, okay, I'm going to group them as large, medium, small, and pick a percentage of each, or, and certainly not married to the words that are in there. If this committee of conference decides to make a change in those words, certainly something that is more understandable, certainly would be welcome.
Okay, well, maybe it would make sense to just remove that sentence because the scanner that we're going to have to bring in is going to have to be a digital scan as opposed to the optical scan that we currently use to count the ballots. And that uses a different technology, so it's going to, the scanner is going to have to be programmed for each individual ballot that is used. So grouping may not be as important as just understanding which towns or city wards we're going to use as part of the audit.
Because this would be part of the selection process, how are you going to ensure that you get a mix of large and small communities if you don't have something in here that says you can discriminate?
Well, you said that we don't have to use a random method to establish which towns we're going to use. It might be more clear if you simply put in that the towns or wards chosen should be a mix of different sizes.
Because it doesn't have to be random when you are doing the for the primary, because the primary is a test of the system, but it would be random for the other. So looking at those words, depending on what the group of you want to do, we can try to make them more palatable.
Okay. And then the next item is still in Section 4, Roman numeral 3. I believe, at least to start off, we're going to need some technical support with the high-speed scanners that are being used primarily because of the programming issues of the software that would be used. And so it might make sense to allow those, the members of the person representing the vendor to be actually a part of the audit team that would be conducting the audit. That way there's no confusion in Roman numeral 4 where it says the audit shall be open to the public, but no one except audit team members shall be allowed to touch any ballot or any of the audit equipment.
Senator.
But if we automatically put that member as a member of the audit team, wouldn't they be considered part of the audit team anyway?
Yes. Yeah, I was just trying to clarify that with the language that's here.
Representative.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Secretary, for being here. And I have a comment to make on this because I see this as a potential issue. I don't have any issue with the vendor being there to support what needs to happen. But there has been substantial criticism of the Wyndham audit because the vendor was allowed to, I don't think the vendor was allowed in the area, but they were allowed to be present in order to provide support to the team. And so what this is proposing is that the vendor would have someone sort of in the guardrails, so to speak, right? So I just see one of the purposes of doing this is to start to build some confidence in what we're doing and develop an audit process to be used, balancing the interests of the audit and the value of the audit with the number of recounts that we do by hand. So how do we come up with a vendor that's directing the programming? I mean, essentially, we're talking about programming the digital machines and having some way to ensure that there is confidence in that process.
In the first instance, I don't think that the vendor would be the one that would be running the audit. It would just be, we did do a kind of a trial at this a couple of elections ago, and because of the technological component, somebody that knows how those machines run needs to be there to help out. That was pretty clear. I would not do this with the same vendor that operates the optical scan counting devices. I think it would be important to have a separate party involved in an audit, so you don't have the same company doing, the counting of the machines and then the subsequent audit. And because we're using optical scan ballots, there is a science to making sure that the digital scan software that's used in the machine is able to read those same ballots. And I think that was part of the issue that we had in the last time that we tried this. So I'm just trying to cover the bases to make sure that whatever the process is that we use, we just have the resources available to make sure that the counts are accurate and that we're as transparent as we can possibly be.
Yes, ma'am.
So what was your intent when you used the terminology audit equipment vendor?
Would be the person representing the company that is providing the high-speed digital scan equipment.
Okay, thank you.
And then the last suggestion I had is under the effective date, make it upon passage so that we can start working on this now and be ready for the primary as opposed to waiting 60 days. And I would be happy to answer any more questions if there are any.
My own reading of this and going back to 4 Roman 3, the audit team shall consist of at least 2 individuals appointed by the Secretary of State. One of such individuals shall have been trained by the Secretary of State in the audit process and the use of the audit equipment. Nothing in there was ever meant to restrict you from, choosing in-state or out-of-state. Isn't mentioned in here, just as in-state and out-of-state isn't mentioned. A lot of things, even our city clerks in some areas are not within the town and others not actually even living in the state. So I don't see that as a problem. If you were looking at this, if we take out the audit equipment vendor and put in individuals with technical expertise or something like that, it might, because if you did in the future need to, because that vendor was the only one and we were contracting different machines across the state. So
I would be okay with that, yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Secretary Scanlon, one of the issues raised during debate on this bill in the House was the cost associated with the the audit, the fiscal note says that it would require an expenditure in the amount of $50,000 to $100,000 to purchase and program a new high-speed scanner. Was it your intent to purchase a scanner or just to perhaps rent or lease the equipment to conduct the audit? And if so, do you know what the cost might be for that?
That's an open question. You know, there were some vendors that actually have the high-speed scanners that are quite expensive. There are other vendors that have more off-the-shelf type equipment, but the software cost that goes along with that is fairly high. So I think when this passes, we'll look at the options available and try and make the one that's most cost-effective, at least starting off.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions about the Secretary of State input? Thank you very much. You can hit the button. All right, going back to the question that caused me to ask for the committee of conference in the first place is I go into one of the larger communities and they've got between 3 and 5, I think, voting machines there. Your bill, as amended by the House, would say I had to do them all. The mill that we sent you would say that you segregate the ballots and you only have to do one. But if you couldn't segregate the ballots, then you would have to do them all. And I see Representative Bergeron had his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That amendment was put in at my request. I had a concern that if errors were made in the polling place on packing the ballots, let's say the ballots for machine A were packed in the cartons for machine B inadvertently, we'll have results during the audit which calls into question the accuracy of the machines when in fact there was a human error involved. And the story I told is a short anecdote. Is some years ago in Nashua, I was concerned we didn't get enough ballots for the presidential election. So we used a print shop in accordance with state law to prepare an extra 500 ballots for each ward, box them separately. They would not scan because they were printed in our print shop. Put all kinds of labels all over them saying, open me last, do not use, these ballots will not scan, only open them up when you're down to the last 100 ballots in your polling place. That was covered in training, it was covered in our training manuals. Polls open at 6 o'clock. At 6:05, I got a call from one of the wards saying our ballots aren't scanning. And of course, after I questioned them, sure enough, they had got their hands into the wrong box. Hopefully, these types of errors wouldn't occur, but it did sound like the Secretary of State's office was planning on, if there were multiple machines in a polling place, only using one of them to audit. And again, if there was a discrepancy in the machine tape versus what was done during the audit, I think the public would, rightfully so, complain that the machines are inaccurate when in fact it was a human error, which might be hard to trace or even prove.
And we did talk about that during the committee that presented this bill. And certainly it is possible because of different things that went on. In your case, your example that you gave, an error in boxing them up, that to do that machine, I would have to do more ballots. Or if the scenario that most bothers me, you know, not even getting into other things, is that the ballots that have write-in votes on them because they get segregated into a separate bin in the ballot box through the AccuVote machines, but there is going to have to be care taken to make sure that they would get into the right box after they were gone through the hand counting process for those write-ins. But I don't remember, and I can't go through the bill right now, whether we actually codified that in the law, that if they lost control of them, but it was a discussion that we had, and that there would be training that would be provided, and if they did lose control, as you said, they would revert back to having to do all of the ballots, you know, at that polling location that would scan. But I think that if that was your intent, that we might say that, you know, if for some reason the moderator was unable to segregate the ballots that were run through the individual machine to be audited, that all of the machines in the polling place had to be done. I think that might be a good compromise, but again, it will depend on you guys in the House deciding what you want to do or not do. Representative.
Thank you, Chairman Gray. In support of the House's position, I come back to the fact that this audit process is being established partially in trial. We're talking about this year, trying to get it done, and to try and ensure that our elections are conducted properly and to raise confidence in our elections, which seems to have eroded a bit over the past years. And my concern is that once you put in a question as to how the process has been done, whether correctly or not correctly, had to separate ballots because they weren't counted because of write-ins or whatever, you start to raise questions on the validity of the audit. And we're not talking that many polling places. And I don't know of any polling place that has more than 2 machines, absent, I think this past election, I think districts got more machines because of the concern about processing absentee ballots. So I really would like to eliminate the question. So I don't know what it would do to the selection process if we said it was for places that had 2 or less machines, because one of the whole points of doing these scanning machines is that it's supposed to be pretty quick. And I would think that you would be able to handle 2 machines. I'm just trying to eliminate questions in the steps, and it would be great to have totals that were totals and not tied to something specific. And maybe the secretary can clarify whether that's an issue or not.
Well, just before we get to the secretary, Wyndham did have 4 machines available to them during that election. On general, if you take the number of ballots cast and the number of ballots processed, the number that I came up with in my drafting of this was right around 2,500 ballots are processed by each of the AccuVote machines. In Wyndham, they do have 3 machines that are available on a regular basis. The 4th machine was the school district's machine that they brought over. I think that Derry and a couple of the other ones are right up there, but I don't have those numbers available to me. My problem, I guess, the reason that I'm fighting, you know, scanning all of them, is that if I'm trying to do this in a number of communities, I was trying to keep the time down to around 4 hours in each one. Now, the specifications that are in the bill, and I'm looking at the Senate amended version, I think it's still in the House one, approximately 20,000 or 2,000 votes per hour would be the scanning capability. So even in Wyndham, it would take you about, and most of the machines, let me preface this, most of the machines do process more than 2,000. It was an effort to, I think the ones that we used in the last test, I think were up around 4,000 or more that they could do in an hour. But so that other vendors didn't get eliminated just because that number that was dropped down. So I guess I promised the Secretary of State, but if you'd like to go first.
Just before he comes up, I mean, I handed out a side by side that staff did for us, which So just so we can quantify what I think we're talking about in this, on page 1, it's not highlighted under paragraph 3, because we're talking about the number of devices we're talking about. It says the Senate version had at least 2 devices. And the House version had at least 2 districts. So, and that's just for the primary election. So
That's
given,
the concept, yeah.
so that's the concept of primary. I don't know that changing that creates a time constraint for the secretary, and maybe he can address that. And then on the next page of the side-by-side, what we're talking about, I think, and just to clarify, is for the general election, the House version had 1 to 3% of devices, which of course required me to do another calculation, so I didn't like that. But not less than 4 such devices. And what we've changed it to is not less than 4, again, back to voting districts. So with that, just to point out the actual items that we're trying to clarify, maybe the secretary can give me a better idea of what exactly is the issue, because again, to the extent we can have certainty, I think we're better in this process. Thank you.
I think most towns, by far most towns in the state have less than two or less machines. And so I think it would be a fairly easy thing to do an entire town. It's whenever we get into the larger towns like Bedford and Salem and Durham, where they either have multiple machines in the polling place or they have additional polling places where they have machines in each additional polling place. I think that at this point, what we're doing is proving a concept. We're trying to come up with a mechanical way to do an audit. And, I think if it works in 2022 and we get ready for 2024, we're probably going to want to look at other states and speak with people that understand statistics a lot better than I do to figure out what a good sample of ballots would be around the state to, give that confidence that people need to show that the audits are verifying a solid election.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a couple of thoughts. I agree. I like the idea of this bill actually doing a physical check on the accuracy of the AccuVote machines. I think that's a very valuable thing to do, both from the standpoint of our own knowledge of how this system works and also from the standpoint of increasing voter confidence, it's taken a hit among many of my constituents. In terms of the detailed differences between the House and Senate versions, and mostly I think in Part 4 as far as substantive differences go, I asked this question during our House Election Law Committee hearings, public hearings. I asked how many AccuVote machines we have. Total, it was in the 300s, I believe, mid 300s, about.
There's 309 polling places in the state, and of that, I believe it's right around half of the polling places use the optical scan counting equipment. So there's probably more like 150, between 150 and 200 that are actually in service.
Okay. 3% of 200, if we went to the upper limit, would be about 6 machines then. 4 to 6 machines. The House version picking 4 voting districts. I think I just heard that voting districts with more than 2 machines, there's not very many of them at all, right? So in the House version, it seems more likely would be checking 8 machines. So from my experience, if you're trying to get a result that's statistically significant, it's better to have more machines than fewer machines. So I'm biased in that direction, I'll admit that. But also, I don't see a huge difference between the Senate bill as introduced and the bill as amended by the House, going from a possibility of roughly 6 machines to 8 machines. I think the method as suggested in Representative Bergeron's amendment also simplifies the project, the process, in that it takes out some human decision in the process, which means less possibility of error. The idea of putting in a provision for using a slightly different process for districts with 2 or more machines, I agree with the statement that I think that introduces more opportunity of human error. And human error is something we don't seem to be able to get away from. Thank you.
Putting on my engineering hat, if I tamper with one machine in a polling place that has multiple ones, unless I am actually getting those counts down to the actual machine, I dilute that error and make it harder to find. Again, this is just my opinion. So that is certainly one of the reasons why I have supported auditing an individual machine at a time, is to make sure that any deviation would be easier to spot. Again, you know, the one thing that the Federal Election Committee that did the audit of all the 50 states about 4 or 5 years ago now, I guess. Their complaint about New Hampshire is, 1, we didn't have an audit process, and 2, we weren't using a machine that was approved by them. And certainly the AccuVote machine, they never went back to certify anything that was older, so we're never going to have one. And I figured that if we used a machine that was certified by them and combined that with our audit process, we'd get a twofer, okay? We'd solve both of their complaints about the New Hampshire system. So, you know, I'm looking for some wording that everyone can support. Certainly if I have a location that has multiple voting districts, okay, and I'm actually doing the counting of the ballots in each one of those districts and then combining them together at a central location, I don't want to do the whole town when I can very easily segregate those ballots. That, you know, I spent 20 whatever years as a moderator in Rochester, and I know that I can set up a system that would segregate those ballots, you know, for machines. Of course, mine only did have one machine, but, you know, that I could do it very simply. And, you know, the same thing is that on the things that I needed to hand count, just make sure they are separate and then go into the correct boxes. So again, I was concentrating on the machine itself because that's the thing that would be tampered with, and not on the whole polling location. So that's the reasons, you know, why I want to do it. And, you know, it's certainly, if there is human error and we can't segregate the ballots, then I'm willing to go to that next step. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm appreciative of your wanting to get to a solution for this. I think we all agree that this is an appropriate methodology to go forward on. I guess I'm looking at what the secretary has handed me, and I think that at least I am in agreement with it, with the change that we talked about in regards to Section 4, paragraph 3, in regards to an individual with technical expertise as compared to audit equipment vendor. The other changes that he proposed I viewed as non-substantive and clarified. I am just saying that I am all right with his proposed language as to the yellow highlight, because it appeared to provide him some clarity. So I don't know that, I guess I want to clarify that we have an issue with the audit language, because I think the audit has different issues and is less as to the as to the primary, I guess. So what we're coming down to is, if we're working out the Secretary of State's, it's the preliminary audit as to whether or not there should be two. And I just think from a timing standpoint, the two should not be an issue. So what we're talking about is on the backside of the Secretary's handout as to whether or not we're maintaining the voting
Which number?
districts. That's paragraph 4 for the general election, was where Senator Gray had the 3% or four districts. I'm just trying to nail it down. And the reason I'm trying to do that is I think we have the same purpose, but we're sort of have different purposes. Senator Gray, you've made it very clear that you're concerned about an audit of the machines, as are all of us. But I am very mindful of the fact that this will be a very publicly viewed and reviewed process that might not be able to distinguish that singular purpose for which you have carefully designed this bill. So I think when it came to the House side, we were taking more of a global view of it, in that people thought this was an election audit bill. It's not. It's a machine audit, which we clarified in our language, and that the changes by Representative Bergeron went to not only the machine accuracy, but the confidence, knowing that this is going to be a very public watched process. So I think that sort of explains maybe part of the differences, because I think, right, from an engineer standpoint and from a supervised standpoint, if you want to check the machine solely, that's what you're doing. My concern is that that is a distinction that is very difficult for people to be made in public. And I would like to ensure the process produces a result that from a public perspective will be on the same page as to what we did. Because I think for the public, it's a non-distinction to say we audited the machines as compared to we audited the results. It's a distinction without a difference to most people. That's my concern. Thank you.
Just to be clarified, that the Secretary of State, the item in yellow, he would delete, I would keep. It does say may, so it's not binding on him in any way, anyway. And so I believe that you were keeping it also in your statement. The only remaining question is whether or not we count them all. And I know that in the numbers that the Secretary of State provided me are a little different than what he remembers. At least my memory of them are a little different. Many communities, and I'll use Rochester as an example, has 5 polling locations, but it has 7 machines, so that there is a backup, so that when you get a count of machines, you're actually getting the count of all of them, and that the number was actually higher than what the Secretary, because of that, came up with. So I guess I'd like to have a brief caucus and see if we can't dispose of this one, if we could.
Thank you.
And we'll be on break for, I don't think it'll take more than 5 minutes. So do you think it'll take longer on your side? The Senate's position is take the Secretary's write-up, accept the voting district / towns and wards modification throughout it, to leave in the highlighted area on section 4, Roman 1, to change the audit equipment vendor into the appropriate technical expertise. The upon passage, and after having a conversation with the Secretary of State, that he is currently training all of the towns and wards to try to keep the ballots segregated, and that he could also train them when doing this audit process, if the towns were successful in keeping the ballots segregated, that they would report the results on all of the machines in a particular ward or town, but they would do it on an individual machine, which would not necessarily have to go into the bill for that to happen. So if that is acceptable to the House, then I believe that we have an agreement.
The House would prefer to take the Secretary's amendment to the bills the House and Senate has both worked on as presented. However, the House is extremely concerned that an audit bill pass. It has concerns that as conducted, this will not, as passed, may leave some areas of doubt. But in an effort to move this forward, we will see to what I would say is the Secretary of State's proposal as modified and just spoken by the Senator. Because in our opinion, getting this process going at this point is a priority. We remain concerned about leaving open the door for discrepancies. We all know that these elections are conducted by hardworking persons who do this once a year. And we have recently had examples in Laconia and Bedford of hardworking people dedicated to the task where ballots are not properly done. And it is my hope, certainly, that it is not something that occurs with a device that's going to be audited. So with that, we will sign off.
Okay, I will have the necessary documents prepared and ready for everyone's signature. We will not close until it's signed, but if there's any reason to get back together again, that will be scheduled through the normal process. Okay, any other comments? Seeing none, thank you all. Yep. And we are back in this room, so. Mr. C.
Welcome, everybody. It's a little bit after 1 o'clock, and we are going to discuss the Senate Bill 238, an act relative to special education service in chartered public schools. The Senate had a version, and the House took out quite a bit of it, so we're having a discussion. Personally, I had spoken a lot with people from the charter school area and what their needs were. And the message was that they really have a hard time getting hold of the sending district to actually sit down and discuss what needs to be done when they have children with an IEP. So since I sponsored the bill, I wrote in some of the things that we had discussed ought to be in the MOU. And then at the end, I had asked, charter school really had asked for at least 2 weeks before the school start to sit down and discuss what needs to be done, who is going to do it, so that they don't start the school year not really knowing what's happening. I asked the DOE if they had a copy of a potential template for a MOU. And the answer was that, well, we don't. We are sort of looking to see what happens with this bill, to see what kinds of needs the charter schools have, what should be included in MOU. And that's where we are right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I offer a comment, please?
Certainly.
Working from the bottom to the top of this, so going to the back side, item C.
You're looking at the...
At least 2 weeks prior to the start of the school year, a charter public school and a resident district of a student with disability shall, no. The concern that the House has here is that we do have students arriving in districts and then wanting to go to a charter school within a week of the start of the school. Or, they come during the school year. And so the question we had from the very beginning, is this about the individual IEP or is it about the organization, the process in which schools work together and collaborate together? So in our version, and we recognize that an MOU is a positive thing to have in place. It strengthens working relationships. However, to say that everything has to be done 2 weeks prior to the start of school year, especially when some of the teachers' negotiated contracts don't even start until the week before, and you have to pay extra to bring people in early. We thought it would be better to write it simply prior to the start of each school year, the charter school, and then going on. And so the communications is there, the process is established. It's about organization to organization. It's not organization to a specific IEP in our interpretation.
What do you mean by specific IEP?
Well,
it's particular student?
Little Cordelli here may have an IEP for his disability. That would be a specific IEP for that child.
Right.
Whereas we may have 3 people in the room together that all have IEPs, but they're all different. They all, Representative Hobson may need physical therapy and speech for Linda. So they're all going to be different. The service is delivered, who delivers it. It may be a contracted service to have to do speech, seeing that they don't have a speech therapist in your particular district. They may have to come out of Concord to get over there. So that's different than dealing with little Representative Cordelli here, who is still trying to get his reading down, which can be done by the teacher or special ed teacher in the building.
Okay.
That's what we mean there. So are we looking at the process for all, how we communicate and work together, or are we dealing with individual IEPs?
I would imagine that we're dealing with the process. What do you do and how do you do it? Because obviously there are kids going to have very different needs, and I don't think you'll write an MOU for each individual. So I have been looking at, so what you want to do is to, well, if they want to review an MOU before school starts, would you say that they should get together with the sending district maybe at the end of the previous school year if they have students that are that they know are moving, so they can at least begin to talk about some of the needs? Any thoughts?
Chair Ward, can you say that again? Can you just,
No, I
no, I just want to hear what,
Right, Representative Glad says, 2 weeks, sometimes the kids don't arrive until just before school starts. And then they come in directly to the charter school, not necessarily from another school. So one part of it is that you have to review the MOU before the school starts. To me, if you review an MOU, it means that you have one to begin with earlier. So I'm asking, if the child who has been in a regular public school is moving to a charter school, would you get together with the staff at the sending school and begin to talk about an MOU for the following fall? So you have some idea what's going on. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, I don't think that there would be anything to prohibit that, certainly in the House language or in the Senate version. And I think that in the House version also, we said shall review, but also update the MOU if necessary prior to the school year.
Senator Prentice?
thank you, Senator Ward. So one of the primary concerns that we were dealing with in Senate Education, we talked a lot about, was the timing of this. So the concern that I had, and I believe is our position in the way that we wrote this, and we went back and forth over prescribing an actual time period. But the whole point is you don't want to get to the beginning of the school year while the school year is in process and then be going through this. We have to, with respect to, and I know Representative Ladd, you talked about costs, understood, with respect to the students, their families and the teachers, getting this done at some point before the bell rings to start the school year is one point. And then you raise another about, well, what happens if students transfer during the year? We might have to address that a little differently, but I'd like to think the bulk would come at the beginning of a school year. And if somebody just read this and said, all right, prior to the start of the school year, so that means we could do it the morning of, just to be extreme. What happens? Is that really enough time to do this process justice for those children? That's all. So that's what we're trying to do is believe me, I remember going back and forth. So we just don't want it to be like the school year is in session or it's just about in session and here we go. That's all. So I will stop at that point. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. One of the concerns that we have is that when we're looking at our support services in schools today, that there's a high turnover of special education personnel. In fact, there's a high demand for special education personnel. You can't find speech therapists or pathologists or somebody who's knowledgeable of TBI or other handicapping conditions. And so with that, and you have people moving, right now, if you were looking for a life skills teacher at the beginning, sometimes you're dead in the water trying to find that life skills teacher. I understand the need for this, and I support the whole concept behind this, and I recognize the need for an MOU to ensure that services are delivered. But when you talk about the last sentence, students receive services in accordance with their IEP, are we talking about the IEP of the children or the IEP process? That's why we put in accordance with individualized education plans, plural. I believe that we both are trying to do the same thing, but as Representative Cordelli said, to review and update. I would hate to hold it over from the previous year. And quite frankly, I, as a school principal and a principal for many, many, many years, I wanted to make sure services delivered, but I also want to make sure services are delivered within the school and all the things that I'm tasked to do at the beginning of the school year. It's a lengthy process. I would like to give the schools the time to do this. Many schools where there's a teaching principal on board, the teaching principal doesn't come back till a certain time. Given that the 2-week deadline, we may be sending an MOU, which is not really even pertinent what you're going to have for students.
Ms. Tanner?
Thank you, Chair. And I think for me, the big difference between your last sentence and our last sentence is the view. And I think this is what Chairman Ladd has been talking about. Our view is from a higher view than the individual view. And the individual is the individual education plan, and the higher view would be the MOU. The school districts are responsible for providing services, not the individual student or their parents. And so and some of these charter schools will have contracts with, 10, 12 different school districts. And I think that's where some of the issue is. So by taking it and looking at it from a 1,000-foot view rather than the 2-foot view, we're looking at that the MOU is between the school and the charter school. And that school may have several different students at the charter school, or they may only have one. But the MOU sets up the general specifics of the contract and gets things straightened out about who's doing what, when, and who's paying for what, when, where, and getting that person. So in your last sentence, you used a charter public school and a resident district of a student with disabilities. We changed that to the, as well as making it plural. And I also agree, having worked in schools for a long time, that the first part of school is very hectic when people come on board. Sometimes teachers are hired even right maybe at the bell the morning or after when the school starts. So to have a restrictive time period right there at the beginning is going to be tough. And I think that even if it's a new student, working out the IEPs and working out what services they're going to need, then you have this general MOU over that says, okay, we're going to do this and you're going to do that. You can fit that in. It's easy to bring that student in. So I would look at the MOU as, like I said, 1,000-foot look at this rather than I think sometimes we're confusing it with the individual education plan.
So right now, there is no direction for what the MOU should include. And that was our concern. And the House says an MOU. And we say it has to address the following things. And even in this yellow book here, there's a list of the obligations of the charter school and the sending school. So it seems to me that we need to have something in the MOU to spell out, not just say an MOU.
May I respond to that?
Yeah.
So I think when it came to the House hearing, one of the things that we checked with was the Department of Education, Attorney Fenton. And they asked for some flexibility in writing the MOU as well. And I think that, yes, you've outlined definitely some things that, in my mind, will be in that MOU. But I think to outline it in statute reduces some of the flex. They may come up with things that we haven't thought about, or it may be a little bit worded differently. And that's why when we wrote the statute or when we wrote the amendment, I think in my mind, it was to allow flexibility and to put the burden on the Department of Education and the special ed program that has specialists there to come up with the different categories.
Would you believe when I talked to Diana Fenton just like 2-3 days ago, she said, we're looking forward to seeing what you want to put in the MOU. We don't have a template yet.
She's a true attorney.
So I think they're looking for something, and they may cut it down or embroider it or expand it. But it just seems to me we should have something, what we're looking for in an MOU, not just say have an MOU.
we do have in there to ensure compliance with state and federal law. And so everything within that yellow book and everything in the regulations, which are set by the feds, we set rules, feds regulations, would be applied to the language we have here. We have not liked to get into the laundry list of items that you must do. You always leave something out. And so we tried to keep that part more broad and at that 1,000-foot level, but also specific to state and federal law, which I think that pretty much covers everything we should be doing.
But do people read the federal laws? Or should we have at least some reference to it, what this should what we should have in there? I mean, I know this, here we have B5, it's 9411, that lists responsibilities. And, are they going to sit here and look through it and say, oh yeah, this is what we should be doing? Or is it possible to have something what the MOU should contain? This is what I'm looking for. And I think this is something that the charter schools were looking for, not just an MOU, but something more specific. What should it contain?
And just to respond to that, I think you've got it right in the bottom where you have line or item B, the Department of Education shall develop and provide a charter of public schools and school districts with a model MOU document to use as a guide. And so it would be the responsibility of the department to set up what is in that model MOU, what's inclusive there, and using that as a guide, I think that then we would have consistency for all our districts.
Yes, but right now they don't have one. So I was hoping that we could at least provide them with some idea what we like to see in the MOU. And then, like I said before, then they can go out and they can look at it in a more broader view to see if there are other things that should be in there as well. But for the charter schools, just to know, yeah, we're going to have an MOU with the sending district with no guidance. When can we talk about it? When can we sit down and review it? What should we be looking for? What should we ask for? That's what I'm looking for. Representative Hobson, do you have did you want to say something?
No, I'm agreeing with you. I see that there's that vagary. I'm sorry, I do see that there's that vagary, and that's what the charter schools are looking for. I'm just trying to figure out how we meet in the middle for that.
I've been discussing this with somebody who has been working or running a charter school and talks to a lot of charter school people, and this is one of the issues that they have. They want to have some guidance in what should be in the MOU. They like to have an MOU to begin with. And they also like to have whatever information they can have at least 2 weeks before. So they know, so they know who is going to provide the education. What about transportation? What's other special things do we need to consider for this child or children coming in? So they're not just sort of sitting there having to work from scratch. Representative Ladd.
Yeah, and I'll go back to my principal shoes, where I was a principal for many, many, many years in Maine and Alaska. And I know that when we were developing, I did not have charter schools at that time, although towards the end I did. But we also had alternative situations as well, and some schools where the kids were at that we provided the services, be it Title I or whatever. Are you going to provide the services at the receiving school, at the charter school? Is it going to be provided by a consulting business, or is it going to be provided at the responsible school itself in a small group? Is it wise for the child to go there than here? If you look at statute right now, there's all these options available, and that is set up when you're dealing with the IEP. Some students may come to the responsible district simply because all that physical therapy and equipment is located in that building, and you don't want to duplicate all that in your charter school.
Right.
Others may say, no, we can have our resource room teacher visit out there every now and then, and according to the IEP. So it's going to vary. And this is going to be a task for the department to develop the guidelines for this MOU, because there's going to be different circumstances, and circumstances change as you're going through the school year, believe me. Every school is going to, you may not have your teacher of that particular need available at that moment, and you're going to have to make some adjustments. People get sick, people get ill, people retire, people leave for higher ground maybe. So there's a lot of issues there, so we cannot be specific to the individual. We got to keep this on a higher level and what we want to ensure, though, that there is communication, and that the parent at the charter school is receiving the service for his or her child as the IEP states it should. And so, but that's not for this type of thing, MOU. That is a communication. It should be back with the director of special education, the principal, or the special education teacher that's responsible for that IEP, and the IEP team itself.
Representative
Although
Fidelli?
we're in a different committee conference right now. No. Next one.
1:30.
You're over anxious. Thank you, Madam Chairman, Senator. I think several of us are saying the same thing, and the MOU is a higher level, and the IEP is going to be on an individual basis, and very often where the services are provided, type of services, et cetera, are going to be at the individual IEP level, and we don't necessarily want to specify all that in a memo of understanding between the charter and the resident schools. We want to keep it, broader than that, but provide for what happens if services become unavailable that are contracted out, or staff is unavailable for a length of time. Those are the type of things that I would see being included in the MOU. And I think actually we both have that in 1B at the bottom of the first page, and that the department will aid the districts and charters in coming up with a guide for that. I am sure the department is anxious to work on that.
But that's the whole thing. They don't have it yet.
Right.
But
And they were looking to us for this particular bill to get some idea what are some of the things that the charter schools would like to have addressed in an MOU. Not having an exhaustive list, but some of the important parts.
I would just point out that the effective date of this isn't for another year,
Right.
14 months. So I think there's plenty of time to work out the guide and the parameters to be used as a model for the districts and charters.
Ms. Tanner?
Thank you. I agree that, the effective date is July 1, 2023. And I certainly feel confident that the Department of Education will meet with charter school people so that when they're developing this MOU, it won't be done in a vacuum at the Department of Education. And at that time, and again, it's the district with the charter school, not the individual kids.
Right.
So that, and as I said, a charter school could have up to 10, 20, who knows how many different MOUs, because they're dealing with so many different school districts that are feeding into the system. And there may be students coming from out of state, from another school district that's even out of state someplace, that's moving into our state. The MOU is not, like you said, it's not there now. It's the purpose of this bill is the construction of one over a period of 14 months. And like I said, I think if we give it flexibility like we have, and we've changed it so it's the school district and the charter school, not at the IEP level, that we've made it clear, but also flexible, so that the DOE, in conjunction with the charter schools community, can come up with the different things that they're interested in as far as writing this MOU. Then in 23, we would have the MOU that summer to go into the school year September 23.
Can I just elaborate? So what you're suggesting is that I talk to the DOE and ask them to come up with a model and then sit down with the charter school people? Or are you thinking
if I
about
can-
turning this into a study committee?
If I can respond, it's going to be written by the Department of Education, or a guide will be developed by them. I mean, that's part of this bill. And your concern, from what I'm hearing, is that you're concerned that the charter school will not have the ability to ask the things they wanted to ask, and that's why we needed to put it in statute. What I'm saying is that the professional organization of the Department of Education, I feel very confident that they're going to work in tandem or in consultant with the charter schools, which will then give them the specifics of the MOU that a wide range of charter schools are interested in, rather than just a few that's listed here. There may be other things that aren't even listed here. And so to leave it more flexible, like you said, with transportation and that sort of thing, I think is the way to go.
Okay. Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Chair Ward, and thank you, Representative Tanner, for your comments. A lot of what we're talking about is really the same. As I'm listening to this conversation develop, I don't think that there is. So the choice is whether to pass it and say, let DOE figure this out respectfully, or pass this and say to DOE, this MOU may also contain but not be limited to. And I know we've given some specific provisions, which I think does provide the flexibility. And, having been a state employee, I have always appreciated when the legislature would provide, when they wanted us to do something, they would give us some policy guidance, because there had been times when we would do what we thought was best. And then if anyone within, say, that constituency didn't agree, we were back at the table, and usually at the legislative table, fixing what we probably could have prevented in the first place. I mean, so I have respect for all of the conversation. I don't find that there's harm in putting a floor into this and saying may also contain. That's my position. That's really been the Senate's position on this. But I think our intentions are all in the right place. So that's where I'm going to kind of sort of stop and see how we can maneuver this next step, and look to the Honorable Chair Ward and see what she would like to do, or where we go next. So that's all.
Well, my option really is to go with the Senate version. And if that doesn't work, and we have talked to the DOE, and at least provide them with some options of what the charter schools would like to see in it, and then we can work together with them. But I think it's better to have something than nothing, and then we can work with it and see how it turns out. So I will not accede to the House version. Yes, Representative Lamb.
Could there be any consideration to accepting the Senate version for A and B and the House version for C?
And that's about the, sorry.
It's about the time that you have to have this done by. We're advocating that it be prior to, not 2 weeks prior to.
Okay.
Chair Ward, may I? I'm just gonna get into the weeds just a little bit, Representative Ladd. Just one more thing. So prior to, could that include this, at the end of the school year, before, all the way up until, or in that very busy time right at the beginning of the year? Again, not wanting school starting like that, an hour before. I know it's extreme. I just want to be protective of that, but I think Representative Tanner, having worked in schools, and I haven't, gives a good picture of what it's like, and also you have too. And I do in the Senate, in our hearings, in our hearing related to this, I do specifically I'm specifically reminded of, and it's in the hearing report, of Senator Khan's concerns about the timing of this, that it might not be handled until the last minute, and that being problematic. So I just wanted to put that out there one more time. I don't know. I mean, if that's the flexibility point, and you think the intent includes up to the end of the school year before through to that year, then I mostly, I don't know, Chair Ward could live with that, and then hold the ground on the MOU.
Say that again?
I think I could live with the change to the time frame, but stay with the MOU language. So essentially what Representative Ladd has suggested, I just wanted to go back and revisit very briefly how we got to this time frame, to not completely
Isn't there something before school starts, the teachers getting together and discuss curriculum and who the children are and what room they're going to be using, the teacher conferences before the school year starts?
Well, if you don't mind, kids are usually assigned to rooms way before the week or so before school starts. However, when I had an elementary school of about 600 kids, a number of them like that. And when we looked at our special service staff, we are in the process of determining, okay, where are we going to send the speech pathologists? I had 2 speech pathologists in my school. I was very fortunate. And school count on and on. Upon receiving all the new registering and enrolling students, we were then better able to assign out our assets. And it oftentimes occurred when we were doing our professional development days, which were required to have X number of professional development days for staff every year. We would take those training days at the beginning of the school year to do much of this. And when we're talking about 2 weeks prior, you have to have that all done. Teachers aren't even going to be in the building. And so it's going to make it very difficult. I can't believe that any teacher, any administrator, principal is going to intentionally hold off on this. Try to get it done as best they can do, as soon as they can do it. But they do have the deadline. It has to be done before the start of school. And that's when we had testimony in the House side. That was concerned that some folks weren't getting that service until a month later after school started. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what we're trying to avoid. And that will be avoided when we have this established.
Okay.
Representative, may I?
Yes.
Exactly. So we're saying the same thing, but we inserted language to be very specific about it, because that was the concern, that we would get into the school year and then be dealing with this. Mm-hmm. So it was another way of getting it. Okay.
Senator Shardy?
Thank you, Senator. Exactly. The whole point, which I think we all can agree, is we just don't want to see any child fall through the cracks. And that's what we're trying to avoid.
Mm-hmm. So I just want to remind everybody that we have a lecturer coming at 2. And we have another bill that we want to get done. So if you can say, Representative, yes.
Cordelli.
Yes.
I think what we're willing to do is go with your first sections there on the first page, A and B. That's fine, because it basically says the same thing. And then to get the prior notice, I think that gives a little bit of flex for situations which occur in these schools, which do occur every year. And so this ensures it'll be out before that start. But so I'd go for A and B, and then of yours and C and blend it in, so we will see yours with the amended.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Thank you for taking that. I think it's important to look at that 2 week prior to also realize when students sign up or arrive at school. Mm-hmm. So you may not know 2 weeks ahead of time that Representative Hobson's parents had suddenly decided that they were going to send her to Ledyard Charter School. And so she's coming from, let's say, Newport to Ledyard, and that's the first student ever from Newport, to require that MOU be like drawn up 2 weeks before, when the school doesn't even know perhaps that that's going to happen. And that's why I think we need the flexibility in that. Plus, in that last statement, the House amendment changed out the reference to the IEP, and also changed it from a charter school and a resident school to the charter school and the resident school. So I think there's another change in that last statement that I would agree with Representative Ladd, Chair Ladd, that, that's an important change, I think, and would be advantageous to the.
So I hear a motion of going with the Senate version A and B plus the House version C.
If I could make a comment about B,
Pardon?
if I could make a comment about section B,
Yeah,
I'm just concerned with the last sentence. The MOU may also contain, but is not limited to, the following information: where the services are to be provided, whether the school districts will provide the services directly or through a contract with an outside provider. I'm just concerned that that is getting into the IEP level, and that would not necessarily be included in the MOU, I think, because the services and where they're provided and everything else is going to be dependent upon the child and their individual needs. So if we could possibly strike that last sentence, I would be more comfortable with A and B from the Senate version.
now which is what you want to take out?
Starting.
The last sentence?
Yeah, starting with the MAU.
May also contain?
Yes.
Well, and that's, if you look at RSA 194B:5:11, that is already spelled out in there. The 5 different ways that you can provide, and that the district
Right.
is obligated to do. So
I
would
agree.
just-
I
I
agree.
would just keep the Senate version A and B and go with the House C.
Senator, I would agree with you that that's contained in statute, but I don't think it is rightfully placed in the MOU because it's individual specific.
May I speak to that? The language which we have in that sentence, it says not shall, may. So it allows flexibility. You may have a student or students in the charter school that get the services all kinds of different ways. So you can write that MOU with that flexibility built in, so you can address specific needs, but they're not all going to be addressed the same. So I don't have a problem with it as long as it says may also include. It's permissive.
Yeah, that's what it says. Okay, does the House want a caucus?
No.
Or was, you okay?
I'm good.
Okay, okay. So we concur on Senate A and B plus the House version of C. So that is good.
Okay, so we'll take a vote because we got to do it separately.
Okay.
So all those in favor of A and B, Senate, C, we're unanimous.
And the Senate is unanimous as well. Thank you very much. Now, in the 20 minutes that we have before we go in for the lecture, House Bill 350, no, sorry, Senate Bill 353. Yes.
She doesn't do.
Anybody?
Anybody can?
Can do
Where
what?
I go?
Thank you.
So you're saying that we're not obligated to go in?
We're ceding to the Senate version with the amendment of C.
Oh, see, yeah.
Thank you.
It's on the Senate side. Yeah.
Do you want to give these out, Marie?
Yes, I can give that out too.
Glenn, maybe we can get out of here quickly.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be hopefully over that side. They keep the house on one side and send on the other side.
That's the amendment.
Oh, I got one too.
Oh, okay.
There's an amendment there.
Okay, here's another amendment. Okay, this is another amendment we have. It's just keeping it real simple.
Oh, I'm sorry,
And
thank you.
so it can go around that way.
This is the amendment you saying by the House.
Okay, okay.
Mr. Bossy,
Be employed by the community council.
do we have to go in or can we finish here and then walk in?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, we're taking up Senate Bill 353. It's a request by the Department of Education. It has to do with standards. What's the title?
Professional standards.
Yeah. Relative to the Education Professional Standards Board. Now, we had a Senate version of it, and then we have a request for an amendment from the DOE. So which way do you want to start?
Well, we have two amendments there.
Yeah. But we have the House amendment for today, and we have, well, you have two. You have two House
No, there's
two
one,
2013 and, no,
2013 and 2010.
'2010 is the one from the DOE wanted. And 2013 is Representative Ladd's amendment. So I have two amendments, right?
So
Okay.
discuss them both.
Yeah, I have both of them. Okay, actually I have two of them. So let's look at the amendments.
I can explain the one that's coming from us very, very quickly.
Okay.
The amendment I'm looking at is is 2013H. And it addresses both B and C and simply says 9 members who reside in New Hampshire and who represent classroom teachers, education specialists, and instructional specialists. And C would be 9 members who reside in New Hampshire and who represent higher education and education administration. It was written like that, seeing that classroom teachers, I don't know if we're talking about what is in statute in terms of the definition of teacher. This is specifically, it says classroom teacher. But in statute, if you're looking at that particular statute, it references principals as well. And when you're looking at this right here, it says 9 members who reside in New Hampshire and who represent higher education, so it's post-secondary education, and education administration. That could be referred to as K through 12 administration as well as post-secondary. And what I'm trying to do is leave flexibility for the department to find these souls to be on this particular professional standards board, which is difficult for them to do.
And the DOE is looking at it slightly different. I have the letter here from.
And I believe that's your amendment, Senator 210. 2010.
Right. No, can't find the letter right now. So what he's looking for is 9 members with at least 3 employed by a community college system of New Hampshire member institution education department or university system of New Hampshire member institution education department. So I think what we're doing here right now is looking at the composition of these 9 members and where they ought to come from. Discussion?
What I was trying to do is to keep it as similar as possible to current language, but also recognizing that we do have an RSA 189:14 dash, looks like an A or a G here, Roman 5. That is the definition of teachers. And teachers there also could mean school principals and more. So I'm trying to get this down so that I better understand what was meant by that terminology, classroom teachers, and also education administration. So could we have administrators there in the first part? No, because classroom teachers, they're down below in section C. I was present when we put together the language dealing with this, as so many of the community colleges, so many of the university system, et cetera. I think we really tightened that up to the point where it may create some problems in the future. So I was trying to leave it as open as possible for the DOE to find these individuals. And also, though, I feel it's important, as we discussed in the Education Committee, that these people reside in our state, that we don't have a resident outside the state representing higher education. Somebody could be down in Rhode Island, and it doesn't say they have to be within our state. And I think it's very, very important. These people on this board that are looking at various issues that that standards board, professional standards board receives, that they are not where I was with a certificate in New Hampshire and Maine, living in Alaska. And that could happen. So that's why we had chosen earlier the residents in New Hampshire.
Mm-hmm. Well, to me, that makes sense. I know it seems to me if you're going to be on an education board, you should live in the state where the education takes place. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Senator. Looking specifically at B, holding C aside, B and Representative Ladd's amendment to 2013, I think addresses the New Hampshire issue. And the only difference I see between that and the bill as presented is an and versus or in terms of educational specialists and instructional specialists. Mm-hmm. Whereas I think the bill says or maybe the current statute says or. But those are the only two issues, and I agree 100% in terms of adding in the New Hampshire requirement.
So you are eliminating the specialist?
Madam
Yes.
Chair, can we ask a question of Mr. Appleby from the Department of Education?
Sure.
He's here.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My question to you is that when we discuss this in-house education, is this issue that they reside in our state an important issue?
Not to us, because these members are appointed by the State Board of Education. So the state board has the ability to not accept members people from outside of the state. But that to us, either way is fine. If you want to put that in statute, that's perfectly acceptable. The one concern that I had raised with Senator Ward and Representative Cordelli was the amendment by carving out those specific seats for higher ed. First of all, most of our ed prep programs are not in our public institutions. They're in private institutions. And second of all, you've eliminated the ability of superintendents, district administrators, curriculum directors, special ed directors to serve on the PSB with that language. And we currently have a number of those individuals on the PSB. And I know that in talking to Jerry Frew and Carl Ladd over at the NHSAA, they were very concerned as well, because I have worked hard with them and the state board to get superintendents involved with the Professional Standards Board. So,
May I ask a follow-up question?
Absolutely.
We have various education programs in the state that are approved by the state, including a teacher education program at Dartmouth College.
not any longer. Dartmouth has dropped out of the program.
They've dropped out. Do we have any private schools then that have, okay, now they're in New Hampshire, but by the language here, if we're saying that 3 employed by a community college system institution or university, so 3 of them have to be from those institutions. The other 6 could be from privates or wherever.
From privates, or they could be superintendents, they could be curriculum directors. I was trying to strike a middle ground when I suggested that number 3, understanding that I was not present for the discussion related to that amendment. But my guess was, in the spirit of compromise, that there was some reason to put public members on the PSB, public college members. So our thinking was that 3 still leaves 6 positions for private colleges, as well as superintendents and other district administrators.
One last question. So we have 18 people here. Where do the other 3 come from?
One is myself as the designee for the commissioner. That is 19. And then if you give me 1 minute, I'll look at the website and I can tell you. Oh, we have 2 lay members.
Okay,
we have 2 lay members, yeah.
Madam Chair. Question.
Representative Mahler, go ahead.
Thank you. Obviously, the issue of residency is not an issue for you, but what about the language here from the department standpoint of having not designated any number of people, but to have like an item C under 2013, which says that who represents higher education and administration? Where is the department on that? Would that give you greater flexibility in selecting people rather than you have to have 3 here or whatever?
Well, certainly the original bill as presented that came out of the Senate was our preferred bill, which would not have limited how many to each number to provide maximum flexibility. Yeah.
Further discussion? Senator Prentice, do you have anything? Okay. So I guess my question right now is, what do we do with reside in New Hampshire if that is not necessary? Isn't that what you said, they don't have to reside?
As it stands today, it's not in statute. However, every member of the Professional Standards Board does reside in New Hampshire as the state board appoints these individuals. And the state board, of course, is biased and has historically appointed New Hampshire residents. Putting it in statute does not limit in any way.
Would you like to see it in statute?
I think it would be a good idea. I agree with Representative Ladd. They should live here. I think it would be good.
That was basically where the Education Committee was.
Mm-hmm.
That we should have people in our own state deciding these issues dealing with standards, professional standards, especially those which are working. We even talked about employed in our state versus residing, so.
Senator Ward.
Senator Prentice.
Thank you. Steve, thank you for being here today. If it's not a problem now, why insert this language? If in the process of being appointed, this could or could not be an issue. I only bring it up because, you know, I live on the border of Vermont and New Hampshire, and there's also the border of New Hampshire, Massachusetts. You know, there's Maine, and there are people who could be working in positions in higher education or in some of these positions who have worked in New Hampshire for a really long time, but reside out of state, and ruling them out automatically is what we'd be doing by inserting this language in statute, where there is the discretion of the appointing body to consider that. That's, I mean, you know, people, so residents of New Hampshire making decisions for residents of New Hampshire is a priority, but we do have people who work in the state who live just across the border for whatever reason. It might be a family reason, who are just as invested. I mean, some of this even comes down to, I can drill it down to the teacher level. They're just as invested. So I think if it hasn't presented a problem and there is a safety net in place already, that I wouldn't want to automatically rule out somebody who could be a really valuable member of this committee who's worked in this capacity for a really long time because of that. That's all.
Any further discussion? Representative Cadelli.
Looking at this side by side, I think basically the only differences between the versions is 1, B, and C. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it before we get into the amendment?
Right. Irregardless of the amendments, that
Yeah.
B and C is the only thing that we need to decide upon.
May I have asked Mr. Appleby a question? He's still there.
Absolutely. While we're looking at this.
The language which one of them has is that it keeps the language pretty similar to what was introduced originally to us by the Department of Education, but adds being a resident. Other than that, everything is the same. Has there been any problem in the past with the members being classroom teachers, education specialists? You've had instructional specialists. That's a new one. And everything else is the same, representing higher education and education administration. That's been a law too for a long. Has there ever been a problem with it?
No, there has not. We originally sought in this bill, bring this bill forward, Senator Khan, working with Senator Khan, to clean up our terminology. I'm on a multi-year quest to fix how we define our various job categories in our public schools, because in the Bureau of Credentialing, where we give out licenses, it actually really matters. And so at the administrative rule level, we've done a lot of work as we've updated administrative rules to fix terminology, hence the new specialist category added. And you know, the next step is statutory fixes, which as these come up, we've been trying to fix them as best we can. You know, in a perfect world, I would have struck the word classroom and just had teacher, but I missed it.
So what's your pleasure? Would you like to vote on the two amendments? We'll take one at a time. We have Amendment 2013H, which is the House amendment, who would like to see people living in New Hampshire.
I'd like to see it that way, but we would have to do the voting as a. Yeah. Let me caucus my side here.
Okay.
How are we looking at it?
They're both the distance.
For me, Mel? Yeah. I think that the House does that. But never had any experience in New Hampshire. Yeah.
I don't really see it much.
Well, you gotta look at the responsibilities that this board has. And if you look at statute, the professional standards can make it. Maybe B does, we get collectively, education specialists and instruction as we had. Saying you're resigning as a teacher, and I think that's important. So B would be, you know, there's,
I should put my shoes back. My shoes off. Let me see.
you know, there's.
Oh, I gotta shut my radio.
That, you know, that education, that, are gonna be, well, for sure. But what you're doing is you're.
Today.
It's, you gotta get out.
Uh-oh, here we go.
You've been in the business.
We'll come in here again.
Are they here for the?
I've been here.
Okay, we need to get out of here.
Yeah.
There's our B in it.
Okay, we have to be out of here.
Okay, what this caucus is saying that we take the B from 213 and the C from U, which you have.
The B from,
In other words, we're wanting the classroom teachers, the education specialists, instructional specialists to be New Hampshire residents. We understand it may not be necessary for higher education or administrators.
okay,
So we just like to blend the two.
you're taking B from here. Scratch this one.
And then your C.
Yes.
Yeah, again, I'm not seeing what the problem is with the way that we operate now, that we have to change it and make them, make this New Hampshire residents, again, on the border, and you and I both live close to the Vermont border. There are teachers that are coming from Vermont into New Hampshire and have worked there for years and years and years. And if I don't want to lose the opportunity for them to serve in this capacity. And the department has said to us, they have there's a safety net in place in the appointment process where if there's a concern, this could be taken into consideration. So I don't see a problem. That's why I don't want to parse it out that way.
Okay, we have to get out of here, so we have
I
to.
know.
take a vote.
Okay, so then
I'd like to have a vote on the amendment 2013. Who is in favor of 2013?
Well, our caucus wanted to take B from 2013 and use C from 2010.
Where's 2010?
Which is the Senate. So again, we will accede to the Senate version. However, we would like to have the Senate version amended with B, which you don't have a B. Other than what's
Can't even find it in here.
already there.
Where's the Senate version? Well, the Senate version is really the one that the DOE wanted. And I don't have it. Do you have it? Do you have this, Mr. 2010?
right here.
Okay, just have B. Did you understand what it is? The B from the House version, the amendment, plus C from the DOA board amendment, which is essentially the whole thing.
I won't be supporting that. I don't know if you want to replace me, but.
Okay. Okay. How many people is the House for the House version 2013? You like, no, just the whole thing.
Oh.
Or B or whatever you want. You like that? That's your vote.
So
Yes.
the option is
Either you vote for the amendment or you don't. Okay. The amendment 2013, are you voting for it or opposing it? That's the House version. Well, another option that we have is to recess and set up another time so that the next
I don't
committee
think we
can
have
come in.
recess. I've got so many bills I've recessed. I'm now about to go again.
Okay, but the House is not, it's not voting in positive for the 2013. We want the 2010 to go in.
Hey. Yeah, we'll accede to your version. We just want to get out of here.
Okay. So the underlying bill, 353, with the revision, with the amendment 2010. Very good, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys. All right. Let's sort this thing out.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I just.
And we prefer the map with the smaller population deviation. I'm told that the House has been able to discuss it and ready to give us theirs.
Thank you, Chairman Gray. The House has had an opportunity to caucus discussing the changes to the map that was brought forward to the public last Friday. It is the House caucus's understanding that we are talking about, as compared to the Friday map, as I refer to it, moving Bristol into CD2, which would then make all of Grafton County in CD2. And we are proposing moving 2 communities from Merrimack County CD2, that would be Hill and Andover, into CD1. And with these changes, we have succeeded in less impact on our counties and keeping more counties intact, and the House would agree to those changes.
Seeing that the House and the Senate are now in agreement, this will be given to OLS, and as soon as it's ready to sign, you'll be notified. If there's any reason to have another meeting on the subject, we will call it, but at this point, we are adjourned.
Thank you. That other group needs to see how we get along.
And I'll just email Deb.